Microphone check. All right, finally, we are good to go here. Just doing some final bits. With checks here, should be good. Yes, we are. Great, okay. So, finally, they let me into the commentator room. Turns out the security was sleeping at the door, so couldn't let me in. Finally, I'm in now. Got the microphone and we're good to go. And we are getting set for the final hour. Good morning, afternoon, evening, night. Hopefully my morning voice is not there anymore. I mean, I've been up since... That's a couple hours, potentially? Yeah, I've been here for the past couple hours, but... Nonetheless, though, we are good to go. I know we've had some fun commentators early on of this race. So I'm just going to be the only one here for the last hour. It was supposed to be the last 3 hours, but hey, we finally got it good. We're good to go here. Might be the EP voice, might be the voice absolutely destroyed from our event yesterday, but nonetheless, though, we're back here and we are racing here for the 2026 NBR24 hosted by ACF, and it's finally time here. It's been 23 long hours of racing and we're finally down to it. Coming to the very end of this race. So why don't we try to find some battles and let's talk about them. And see where everyone is at the moment. As we're now officially ticked down, under an hour left to go. And we can see this one to the very end. But there is our overall leader here. In the Toyota GT3 for Watt Racing. Dominating this race. Let me pull up a bit more information here. As we did have a good bit of technical difficulties. Causing a little bit of trouble earlier on. But luckily we are back and good to go. Just gonna find the link here. And we're gonna continue this one off. And finish this one to the very end. I'm very excited for it. There we go. That's the right link. All right. So, couple of battles potentially on track left to go before this one meets its conclusion. But there is your race leader dominating this one. And a little bit into the grass, but the drivers in P2, a number 367 Ferrari, have been the faster car on track and have been the fastest around today's race. With a 7-minute 59.619, of course, in the GT3 category. And have been very quick, but just a lap down from our overall leaders. And the main leader, of course, in this class here. But the GT3 category has been pretty spread out throughout this race. I've been taking a bit of peeks throughout the past couple hours. And even the start of the race. Lots of fun to check out. But still, a good couple of battles left to go. So let's try to hunt down for them. A couple of battles. About 7 seconds between each other. Here's one of the Cup cars there, the 201 TMU car. And so far with them, they have a bit of time, a bit of a gap between them as soon as they can catch up to P12. And what is effectively fighting for the last spot on the podium for the Porsche Cup class here. Just getting word from the admins here, making sure everything is good to go, and luckily it is. So let's get a couple of close battles on track, shall we? There's another Porsche coming around here. Let me know in chat how your race is going. If you want to send a little message here, let us know, or let me know. How's your race been overall? What are you expecting for the final hour? Any more pit stops left to go? Any positions that are still left for the taking? Already seeing there quite a few long pits still to come, potentially, yes. We're still in the last hour, so maybe we might have one or two more potentially if a couple of the teams save them to the very end. But yeah, I think we're still missing a couple of drivers, or a couple of teams still yet to complete their mandatory stops. Oh, we have a bit of a battle here. No, that's actually pit lane. That's one of the GT3s that have come in. So we still watch out for some of the battles here. We're trying to find them. Let's see what we can talk about here. But overall, though, it's been a very solid race here this year. And totally, yeah. Seeing in the chat, if you do want to meet with me in here for a little chat, you are free to do so. I'm pretty sure there is going to be a procedure of how to do that if it's a matter of joining in one of the voice channels and we drag you in here. But not in the last 30 minutes. All right, well, there's your warning right there. So none of that towards the end of this race. But for some of these teams, it's been a quiet one. For others, it's been nothing but chaos. And for others, it's a matter of trying to come back through after maybe a potential race-ending incident earlier on into this race. And it's all about the comeback story of all the practice and hard work done to get your car even on the grid here in the first place. But with so many teams here with us, it's been absolutely incredible. And I think we might be able to have a little bit of a chat here. You know what? I think we should be fine for a little bit of an interview. And we are going to have one with us right about now. So let's see. Layla.
Heyo.
Hello, hello.
Where do I know you from? I don't know.
Different episode, different show, different crossover. How's it going? How's this race been for you guys?
I mean, the first, let's say, the first 15 hours pretty well. The second part of the race has been kind of a drop off, but we're here for fun, not for the result. So it's been quite fun.
Well, just for everybody watching in the stream, for some of the other teams, could you just quickly tell us the team, the car number, and the category you're in?
So we're the 450, the Lotus Emira GT4 Mission 19. So, yeah.
Well, going into this last hour now, how's this one working out?
I mean, there's a bit of struggles with, GT3s as always, with lapping, because, like, obviously, we kept meeting the other cars in the worst possible spots ever. But, yeah, I mean, apart from that, pretty decent, a few spins here and there, but, like, it's fine.
Of course, now going into the final 51 minutes left to go into this race, even though it's not a podium, I know you guys have still had a very tough set of 23 hours to really navigate through this one.
Yeah, I mean, Danny was leading for about an hour or so. He's done a great job, honestly. He's probably the best driver out of the Supernova team, so it's been going pretty clean.
Well, it's been a lot of fun, and especially thinking about it, the GT4 class, you're really stuck in the middle. You're not the fastest car out there, you're not the slowest car either, so you really get the best of both worlds, being the slower car to, let's say, the GT3s and maybe the Cup cars on the straights, but then, you know, you have to deal with those pesky TCRs at some stages around here.
Yeah, I mean, there was the pace is based on drivers, so like, if we have for example, Danny with P1 pace, and then we go to the others who are midfield pace. It's gonna happen, but yeah, I mean, there has been some questionable TCRs indeed, from what I've seen myself driving and the others. So it goes how it goes, but overall, yeah, like it could be better, but it could be worse, you know.
Oh, 100%. But going into the final 50 minutes now, any last expectations potentially, or do you think the team is happy here where they finish?
I mean, we're probably gonna be staying here for the next 50 minutes if I had to guess, unless some teams has some issues, so this might be our position. But I mean, team is fine. I mean, they're currently doing the last stint. Obviously, everybody's quite tired, you know. Being the last 50 minutes between Danny was driven about like what 9 hours. Me was done the night shift. Eric was done the night shift. Basically, yeah, Danny basically drove like 50% of the race for us, but yeah.
Well,
we're tired, but we're alive.
Quite a bit of ways away to go, but it's almost over. The all the stress, the pain, the practice. It's almost at an end. But Layla, thank you so much for the time to chat here, and hope the team can finish off strong here in the last 50 minutes of this race.
Yep, thank you.
So, folks, that was Layla there in the Lotus number 450. Man, this has been a very tough race for all these drivers here, and there you get to understand just how it's been so far. I just saw in chat there, check where the leader is. Well, there is our leader right now. If we're talking about the overall leader, but we can look at the leaders of all the other classes. Here you see one of the TCRs, all of them doing their part, just trying to get through it. I did 11 stints. I have to say I'm dead. Fair enough. I'm not too familiar with endurance racing myself. I've done a few through iRacing. I've done the Petit Le Mans. I've also done the Daytona 24, so I can understand how tiring, how exhausting it is to really get prepared for these events. It's no joke, even though it's sim. I mean, to the casual viewer who understands motorsport and looks at this, they might think it's a game. They might think, oh, it's a video game. There's no effort to it. There is a lot of effort. And to be able to, you know, get something that you don't get in the real world of motorsport, and I'm talking about the fact that you can jump in the car whenever you want. There's no specific sessions that you have to wait for in the real world before you see all the drivers on track at once. I mean, you can jump in anytime you want, so you can bet that everyone here was putting in hours and hours of practice, way more than those drivers in the real world were doing for the real life race. So the amount of stress, the amount of effort it was for these teams to put them together, as you see our leader for the Porsche Cup class coming out of pit lane. Oh, it actually had to take a drive-through. There's our second leader. It's been absolute hell. But the best part is to finally be able to look at the remaining time left to go in the race and just understand that it's almost over. Only 3 stints for me, but it was dead early. Waking up at 5 a.m. from where I am for a double stint. And here I am waking up 5 a.m. for commentary. You now have to drive around the green hell. It's something. It is something. That's for sure. I did it because I couldn't. 304 doing amazing on debut. Let's go find the 304, shall we? Let's look for them now. Unless I'm not seeing it here. There we go. P5. One stint in GT3, around 49 minutes, so it's 8:40. So it's 8:49 minutes of driving, all with 1 hour of sleep. Wow. A real warrior out here. Trying to survive this one to the end. Oh, another drive-through. Ooh, that's P5. Well, that's trouble there. For the number 304. Into the grass there, mowing it. I hope he hasn't fallen asleep on the wheel, but it is trouble. What's going on board? Oh, it's suspension damage. So suspension damage for P3. Trying to hold on, getting out the way for the GT4 Porsche to fly right by. And that is trouble. But I guess if you're going to get damage anywhere around this circuit, it's got to be the back straight. And luckily, pit lane is right ahead, but that is a bit of trouble. He's going to be finding his way to cruise this one straight to the pits. He's got a lot of time before he needs to catch up to the next cars in the line. But that is a bit of drama there. He's cutting the corner. I don't blame him. Come on, we can make it to the pit lane. Just a couple more feet left to go, and there you go. All that stress is over, and you got to imagine, I don't even know how long this one lasted for. With all this damage. Now firmly in the box, though. So, repairs are going to get underway for the number 304, and hopefully those issues can get sorted as soon as possible. 5.8 seconds for the Porsche Cup class, battling for second. It's going to be the 296 against the 201. Put the commentator curse on them. I hope I didn't put the commentator curse. I was just reading chat, reading out how they were doing amazing. I hope that was not me. If it is me, then I am very sorry. But I hope they don't lose too much time off of it. Still in pit lane, but I think they do have a good bit of time potentially. Well, time is ticking though, because there is the team in P6. Now you see that delta going down 70 seconds away. As always, I always do. I do have a bit of a track record. Okay, I'll say that much. But I promise, it's not real. Really. 30 seconds left, and here comes that Porsche in P6 flying by here. Still in the pit lane, potentially, yes. If it's damage, if it's repairs, nonetheless, though, this move is going to get done here. Oh, no, it's not. It's pit road for the number 331. That's going to be maybe a sigh of relief for the 304. Still in pit lane. And, oh, a little bit of traffic there. And, in fact, that's actually traffic for the P2. These are two different classes, the Porsche Cup and the GT3. And look at that. Look at that Cup car absolutely hustling the team sitting in P2. On board. Now around the final corners, we head onto the back straight. And you're going to see how quick these Cup cars are doing around here. They're going to be cutting up really close to the GT3s. You know what? Not the best of exits for them. And P2 pulling away in that Ferrari. Absolutely exiting out the picture there. Do we have another close battle near on track? This might be the closest battle, but there is that second Porsche Cup. 6 seconds ahead, crossing over the start-finish line. Start another lap. 8-minute 21 against an 8-minute 21. So matching times here for the fight for P2. Still a long way to go. The FFS did decide to take their long stop. So the number 304 is set to go for the very end of this race. 40 minutes. That should easily be that final pit stop for them. A lot of final pit stops going to get underway if they haven't already. For everyone here to be set for the very end of this race. Here's P35 in one of the Lotuses, the number 419, catching up for overall position against P34 in the TCR class. And just to give you an example, to anyone who is just unfamiliar with the multi-class aspect of racing, any friends and family of all these drivers here, what it's all about here is a little slide there for good measure. 14 seconds to catch up to the TCR up the road. And there he is, looking like it's a Sunday drive, but he is pushing with all his might in the Honda Civic. Not too far off, though. Trying to catch up. Meanwhile, that gap is still 6.4 seconds for P2. Our aim is finishing, so it's all according to plan. That's, of course, I believe the number 304. Talking was there. We do have another driver here we can talk to. So let's bring them up. Hello.
Hello.
Well, this has been a fun race, and I'm very happy to be able to talk to a lot more drivers, but maybe fun might not be the right word for some of these teams. Maybe tiring, but take us through this one. First of all, tell us team you're racing for, the class, and how's the race going?
We are the 331 Porsche GT3. It started really well, the race. We didn't have the best qualifying. I think we started 10th or 11th, and I did the first 2 stints and managed to put us to P4. And we were like between P2 and P5 for the next couple of stints. We had an unfortunate crash going into the night. That cost about 3 to 6 minutes. It's hard to judge. And while I was asleep, we also had another disconnect, which happened in Exmühle. That could be also about 5 minutes. And luckily, with the Mustang crash, that happened 5 minutes ago. That put us back to P5. And with those time losses in the night and going into the night, I'm really happy with P5, and we are happy.
Now into the top 5, though. As you said, 38 minutes left to go in this race. Is there a potential chance that it's just holding on to P5 against P6, or what are you looking for coming to the end of this race? Is it a strong P5 to the end?
We are both going to the end.
Up. As we come towards the end here with about 37 minutes now, and you talk about the start of this race. I mean, let's take a little bit of a flashback there. I mean, take us through what it was really like at the start of this one in your eyes as you went through it. Do we still have a copy? I think we may have lost Ali there. Just speaking to us for the number 331. Trying to see if we can get him back here momentarily, but there's the team that I was talking about. They just entered into the P5 spot. And of course, that was after the the suspension damage from the Mustang. They're going to want to try to get back here. 30 seconds. You see just crossing over the Porsche Cup behind. I think we did lose Ali.
Hello,
we do have him on the booth. Yes, we do.
I think I had a disconnect. I'm really lucky that didn't happen while I was racing.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, if it's going to be a disconnection, have it when you're not racing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, getting a little lovely gift there to enter back to P5 with the Ford having some issues up again from the 304. Now coming to the very end, is potentially P5 threat to the end of this race, or do you guys think that the 30-second gap will be able to hold on for to the very end?
That gap looks stable. I think we managed to extend it by a second or two since the start of this lap. I hope, and I don't think it's gonna close up in 5 more laps that could be remaining at the moment.
It's so nice to hear that it is basically 5 more laps to go, which is very easy to hear, but then you look at the timer, it's still 35 minutes of hard racing, and yeah, this track's not even easy, even on a 1-lap dash, but P5 looks to be on the cards, that's for sure. But overall, though, it's probably been a very solid race, and all about the comeback story, and the fact you guys have been able to enter P5. How do you think the team is feeling finishing, if they can, P5 for everything that has gone down in this race?
Oh yeah, we are really happy with the P5 result, and we wasn't expecting it. Like after the crash, I think we were back to P9 at some point. When I woke up in the morning, which was like 5 p.m. at my time, it could be 4 in German time, and we were P9, and it's really good to see that you can like get some time back, get some places back after the night. Usually that doesn't happen in the previous 24s I attended, and yeah, we are really happy with the P5. The only thing we are sad about is that we could have had a podium or P2 if we didn't have those unfortunate issues. But yeah, I think we are happy with P5.
Well, yeah, for the amount of effort it is to get back through with the issues you guys faced, I think it's a well-deserved finish regardless. But thank you for joining me up here in the streaming booth, and let's see if we can get you guys to the very end in P5, or maybe if there is potentially something better on the cards for you guys. But best of luck for this final 33 minutes of this race.
Thank you.
So, folks, that was the number 331 Porsche. And, in fact, they're now sitting in P4. I think that's because of long stop getting underway. But as you can hear from all these drivers, it's you're not finding any negative emotions. If anything, people are more tired, wanting to get this race over with and finishing this one up to the very end. But you can understand how long this race has been for all these drivers. Obviously, I've even heard a lot of horror stories going on with technical difficulties, pedals breaking, drivers not able to do their stints that they basically say they were going to do, leading to drivers doing a lot more hours than they originally agreed upon. So it's been a tough one for everyone here. But it's almost over with, and we're looking at the Velar 1 419 GT4. And right now, we're going to get that dynamic. As we were talking about a bit earlier on, on how this one's going. Our team's doing incredibly well, and so have the other teams, says Jack in the chat there. Our aim is finishing, so it's all according to plan. I think I read that as well earlier. 2.7 seconds, and you really get to see this dynamic here of the two different classes. Now, in the real world, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, this is the endurance series in North America. That's the younger sibling to the main IMSA series. They run TCRs and GT4s in that one. So these two classes are very familiar with each other on circuits. And of course, globally, it's no exception. So this dynamic of racing, even with the GT4 hustling, it's not exactly closing up as quick as you'd imagine. The two classes are very close together. You watch them on race starts, they are something special to watch. Into the left-handers. And still chasing down 1.4. And remember, this is fighting for position. I'd imagine the Civic might just let this one go, knowing that there is no chance you're going to hold off that flying GT4, the Velar 1 team, on pace. Into the carousel. You get to see what this is like here. Let's go on board. Whoa, a little bit of a slide there. Getting on the power immediately. Flat out section here. Little lift down shift. Left-hander, right-hander now. Getting very close here. Into the right. Little lift, downshift. Dirty air might play a little part here as well. Trying to navigate through this section. Left-hander. Into the right. Chasing down a little bit into the grass there. Civic feeling the pressure. And into the left, and you see it's not that easy to even chase. And oh, the Velar 1 almost running into the grass there. Lost about 2/10 there for just a moment. Got it right back from just pure pace alone. Chat saying P15. We'll talk about P15 in just a second. But you see the dynamic here of just positions, but I'd imagine once we get onto this back straight, that is where the GT4s are just going to check out. Into the right. Still holding on. Now to the left. You can see leaving the door open. Letting that GT4 through. And there you go. A little bit of a lockup for good measure. Whoa! That was a moment. Bit of a moment there. Back to our leader here, though. 28 minutes left to go. And speaking of which, there's your leader, and actually catching up to the battle we were just watching out for. Who's now second behind. Never underestimate an angry Civic. Yeah, preach that. Here's the different classes, though. 3 different classes together. Oh, boy. Lifting right away. TCR. Or TCR getting mugged there. Now into the right-hander. Into the left, the final corner. And back on the front straight. And pit stop underway, and I think that is going to be the last stop for the Watt Racing squad, who look to claim another victory here in ACF. What a fantastic effort they have had. There's P2. 1.5 laps down. And honestly, nothing you could do to fight against the almighty titans that is Watt Racing in P1. There's P2. Lots of VRC branding on the car. In the Ferrari. Catching up to one of the Porsche Cups, flying right by. Into the right, into the left. And just bringing this one home. Is that the GOAT? Well, it might be. It might be. Depends on who's asking. There's P3 in the Bentley. If I remember correctly, the last time we did have some GT3s on track for an ACF event was the Bathurst 12 hour. And the Bentleys were one of the quicker cars there. I believe, were they the winners? I'm not too sure if a Bentley was one of the winners. But either way, they were dominant. Completely dominant in that one. And it all comes down to the pure straight line speed that this car has. But that's your top three in the GT3 category. Let's go talk about the Porsche Cups next. The 299 NDL Cup on top here. Chasing Daniel Santos, Jake Kirkham are the MVPs of the Supernova team. Oh, they're together. Did not know both of them are together. All too familiar with those names. It's Anna. Ah, okay. That would make a lot more sense. On this track, Boatley. On the Bentley, the Boatley is not too good. Well, for P3, I would say it's not too shabby. But there's your leader. Nonetheless, though, just behind P2 of the GT3 class. And oh, almost ran into the guardrail. Still alive, though. P2, the 296 together, but quite a long way behind, well, their leader, let alone P2 and 10th overall. So, bit of work left to do in this final 24 minutes, but I think it might be a composed moment. We're going to talk about P3 for a second. Actually, we'll talk about them now. I thought there was position potentially going down there, but it's the 201 coming in for their final stop. Phoenix Motorsport here. And there's the Watt Racing team completing their final long stop for this race. The Phoenix Motorsport P3 now, number 208. Just off 20 seconds to third. Bit of work to do to see if they can bring this one back together. Anything can still happen. That's for sure. But there's your top three in the Porsche Cup class. Let's talk about GT4. Haven't watched them too often here. But the number 410 LMX dominating here. And there you see all three of the leaders are... When we get to four, all four of these leaders in their respective classes have been the class of their field. Easily. But there's the BMW soaring around here through the carousel. And the number 410 looking for victory here in the GT4 category. The 444 Supra here. The Watt Racing sister team to their leaders, the GT3 category. Currently looking for another race victory. But the Watt Racing GT4 machine is also putting in some work. It may not be victory. 45 seconds to it. But if it's a P2, it's still a solid result for this group here. And third place in the GT4 category, the 466. Lovely colors on this one. In the Nissan. And you know what? This is a pretty nice livery here. Love the bright colors here. Every other team Hey, respect to them, respect to their liveries, but you know what? This one is really popping out on track. That's for sure. Lovely colors there. The bright blue, the yellows. Sitting in third. And looking for a strong result here to complete it on the podium. And last but certainly not least, the TCR category. The SLO 181. P1 here, and has basically the exact same gap as they have, as the leaders have to P2 in the GT3 class. Over a lap ahead. And having a lap ahead, that's a statement. That is 100% a statement to really show that you guys are not here to play, but the slow racing TCR car dominating here in the slowest category here. So they're lapping this ring at 9 minutes. Their best lap there at 9:01.3. So they're having to navigate this circuit a lot slower than everyone else. But they're doing everything right. P2, the SRT number 199 in the Hyundai. Rivals Racing Team on the side. And another quiet race. Another car, another team just having a quiet one here. Nobody around them at all. You see somebody right in the back, but feeling like a practice session, almost like a little hot lapper. With 20 minutes now left to go. P3, the 108. BHR, TCR, the Cupra. So, sorry, that's not the Cupra, that's the Renault. Possibly looking like the shape there from the naked eye. A little bit of distance. Yeah, I thought that was the TCR, the Cupra TCR, but the Renault, I think that's an all-Spanish team as well. I think I just saw there. Yes, it is. An all-Spanish squad here. Looking to complete this one. P3, GT3 behind, chasing down fast. But those are all your drivers and how it looks so far coming to the very end here. And they're your leaders who just came in for their final pit stop and have lost the lead in GT4 to the Watt Racing squad. Now, do they have to make a pit stop? I'm unsure. If not, though, this could be very interesting with 7 seconds coming to the very end. They may have to make a pit stop. We don't know for sure. But we'll see. If not, though, that would be huge for Watt Racing to sweep this event here as they get overtaken by one of the Cup cars. And you know what? That GT4 fighting back just a tad bit, giving a bit of pressure into the left-hander. Flicking it through now into the right. Just before they enter the Nordschleife. 17, no, about 18 minutes. Oh, the number 143 drive-through TCR. And the 143 is sitting all the way back here, and they have to serve a drive-through penalty given by race direction. Now, I don't know what they did in the Volkswagen. Well, they have a lot of damage there. Clearly going through war. But whatever the case may be. Chestling, where's Daniel Santos? That is the one of the GT4s out here. So I'm not too sure where exactly they are. Or if Daniel is driving. I don't think he is. Coming to this one, coming to the end of this one. We're almost At the 15-minute mark left to go. There he is. He's not driving. Okay, I had a feeling there, yeah. Bit of work left to go here in this race. I'm currently sitting at over 100 viewers here. From drivers to friends and family. Watching this one to the very end. It has been a spectacular one, to say the least. Another ACF 24 hours at the Nürburgring, the specialty. The absolute top race you want to win here in ACF, the annual. And one of the biggest races in Assetto Corsa that happens. All going down here. And it has been a great journey for another incredible year of racing. And we're so close to the very end here of this one. And we can finally call it off for what all these drivers have had. Such a long race. Chat saying the what? 3, 2, 1. Hold it. Hold it. They have a lap ahead. I think they should have this one. They should have victory. Well deserved. And if they don't, they must be doing something extremely wrong. They have dominated such an amazing race they've had. Forgot to add the last long stop to the live talk. Greetings from the 143 squad. Yeah, get that one updated right away. I see you guys. P41 overall. For all these teams here, I mean, even if you are finishing pretty lower down in the overall order and in your class, it's a true commitment to finish this one to the very end, to gather a team of drivers, gather your friends, and see if you guys could survive a race like this. And if you are tuning into the stream for the very first time and you don't know what ACF is all about, you can find yourself some great endurance racing almost every month. Very big races. The organization, top class, and the amount of effort that gets put into these races is unmatched of any other league in what they do. And a massive shout out to them and all the organizers for making this one possible. Final 13 minutes left to go. I won't be taking interviews anymore at this time, as we set up for the very end. Now, one close battle we could be looking at here. The number 410 BMW chasing down for P1 could potentially be a fight. And I hope it is actually a fight we can look out for. And if there's no pit stops left to go for the triple 4-watt racing Supra, that's my hope at least. If we can get this one fighting to the very end, let's have a grandstand finish. But they're chasing down 4.8. There's that team right there. Still moving. 12 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. Capping increased a bit, 5.1. I want to get a move on here because we're getting very close to the final lap of this one, depending on where our leader is. And I believe we should be on the 2 to go from this stage. Look at the traffic there. 2 Porsches, 2 different classes ahead of the Toyota. And then you see that cup car desperately getting past. Very tight section here. This part around. Getting through. Let's go slow racing. In chat. So proud of my boys at NDL. GT4 battle for first incoming 5 seconds. It's getting close. And I would love to see this action really get underway here. 11 minutes left to go. We'll ignore the timer very soon because we're basically on the 2 to go. We'll get that white flag very soon. The question is here. They're about to enter this last lap very soon. And you got to imagine, does that Supra have the legs for one more lap? There's the BMW just passing our screen there. 4.4. There's the Supra on board. Do they pit? Or is it one lap for them? Do they have enough fuel in the tank? Yes, they do. It's game on. 4.4. And, oh, pit exit. A little bit busy there. One of the TCRs. Could spill some trouble. Just able to get out the way. Now P2 is going to have to find a way to get past it in the Beamer. 2 TCRs ahead. That split these two drivers. The WAD 444 still ahead, though. Essentially, this basically is the one to go. Where's our leader? There he is. We could potentially have 2 to go. No, I don't think so. I think he's just about to enter the back straight. Very soon. So, yeah, we should be on 2 laps now from this stage. 4.9 still. Here's that traffic we were talking about. One of the TCRs letting him go, but he's dropped down about 0.3 of a second. Next up is that Alpha up ahead. Tensions here. As we come down to it. And I know the headlights are probably flashing and beaming here saying, get out the way. Won't get off the racing line. The Beamer will have the inside. And now officially through. 5 seconds. GT3 to overtake. The Watt Racing Supra. There he goes. Outside move. Very, very close. They also have I think that's the Nissan, a P3, I think that is. Yes, it is. So a bit of a hold up here. 4.8 now. Getting very close. Just try to get that rear cam. There we go. Letting him go. Letting both cars go. Very tight there for the Supra. But he's done his part. Letting through the traffic. Imagine that. P3 letting P1 and eventually P2 go. 3.8 seconds is the gap. Now, granted, the 410 still has to get past the Nissan up the road. So not done yet. Where is our leader? Just crossed over the line, so it is official. I don't think we're going to have an extra lap. It's going to be 1 to go. It's the white flag for our leader. However, I think because of where the leader is right now, these drivers might still have 1 extra lap, potentially. I'm pretty sure that's the case. So, lots of drama here coming to the very end. And this BMW has really turned up the pace here. Been a little bit deep there on corner exit. There's the Nissan going by what Broadbent would call the Rebel Tree. 3.6, the Nissan does its job. And this could get close. This could be very close here. Now, next up the road, there's the LMX 411 BMW. Pretty far ahead. Both of them pushing. 3.6. It's not looking good for the Watt Racing squad. They're going to need every bit of hope, and there you see them, right on that shot alone. You know, that BMW still has to pit. I don't believe so. I think they've completed all their stops, and this is the final lap anyways. Well, actually, no, about 2 to go. I mean, we'll find out for certain once we get to the start-finish line. But I believe they did complete their long stops about maybe 20-ish minutes ago. I believe he's good. I'm not too sure if you're looking at the live dock and checking out the long stops. But I think they should be good to the very end. But, of course, we'll officially find that out once they get to the line. 3 seconds, though. And they're moving. Take a look at that delta on the bottom right of your screen. 9/10 down on their personal lap. Meant the Toyota. Now, the Toyota, I'm not too sure about. I thought they did have to pit a little bit earlier on. They may have made an earlier stop than we didn't see. All's to find out once they get to the line. 3 seconds. And look at that delta. 2.4 down their personal best. And you also take a look. Only one singular green bar of quickness in their first sector. And you look at the BMW. That first sector. The first part, the GP circuit, so quick. 2.9 is the call as we watch this specific battle to the very end. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. 2.8 now. And the Supra may have company. Lap traffic. This could spill into some disaster for both drivers, depending on how this one plays out. 2.8. Both of them still have to overtake him. A huge turning point in this race. And this BMW not letting an inch. Maybe letting him through on the inside. No, he's not. The Supra is in trouble here. Not finding a way to get past. Maybe the outside will do. Forcing his way through. Is the BMW going to let him go? Just about. Just about there. But the gap now is 1.5. And take a look at that. The BMWs working together to take down the Supra. Oh, and the Watt Racing squad is not going to be happy with that. I see you in chat there. I read that there. I'll message you back in just a moment, but this is a very exciting fight to the very end here. 3 minutes left to go, and it's 1.3. And this BMW squad is just getting and feeling a lot better. The interview room is going to be very, very heated. That's for sure. Whatever goes down here. Into the carousel. Little wide there. 1.2. Now onto the back straight. You need a good exit. Little bit on the grass for the Supra up ahead. Lost the 10th for a second. Where is our leader? Overall leader we're talking about. 2 minutes left to go. There they are. They're only around the first carousel. Lots of work to go. So this fight for the win in GT4, it's coming down for a one-lap shootout between them. This Supra squad needs every bit of hope in the world, a bit of luck, a bit of support from everyone. Game is absolutely on. We're going to take a look at the lap times. crossing it. Team Orders blocking the Supra, most definitely. And the Supra does pit, so you were right. And that is game. And a little bit of sadness in my heart to see that one not go to the very end. But unfortunately, the fuel could not make it. The fuel was unable to be there to the very end. But it was very exciting. Yes, I do agree. It was very exciting, nonetheless, to see how that one went down. And it's just a shame. And once again, it's been quite a while since I've been able to call an ACF battle to the very end. That's a shame, and I think the Watt Racing squad probably already knew that, entering in that 2 to go. Little low on fuel, but that's going to be back to the front for the BMW team who did pit. I thought the Supras did pit earlier, but unfortunately, it's going to be a splash and dash out on track. It's a 22-second gap, and you can kiss that grandstand finish goodbye, but it's still going to be celebrations for all these drivers. We had to make it interesting, fair enough. But from one Watt Racing team to another, the GT3 Watt 321 team has been class of the field. And look at them. I don't recommend celebrating too early in racing. Not at all. Don't do that. But the amount of effort that has gone in there, that's a perfect shot there. The AC friends carved onto the track. They've done everything. And just like that, 24 hours are complete. We're in OT for a lot of these drivers starting up their final lap. But for Watt Racing, it's brilliance, it's excellency, it's domination at the green hell. The Nürburgring 24 hours 2026 goes to the Watt Racing team. 3-2-1, they win it! NBR, they get it done! It's another trophy for the cabinet. Victory for them. Sweet victory. And a simply lovely moment there for them. We go down here for the 181 slow racing team in the TCR, in the Audi. It's going to be victory. Huge victory. Dominating in the TCR class. What a performance from them. They cross the line. A little bit of a wiggle for good measure. Victory for TCR. Let's see if we can catch every driver finishing up on the podium. The GT3 still have a bit of a way to go, as well as the Porsche Cups and the GT4. So, bit of time to wait before all these drivers have completed their race, but it is victory, and they are celebrating here. The Watt Racing 321 team. Fantastic performance. They have always been the team to dominate in ACF. An absolute great one. And yeah, send the GGs in the chat. Solid racing here. Let's try to find the rest of these drivers here to complete the podium. We'll throw on the auto cam here, and I think we're going to find all the drivers who are just going to enter the start-finish line. There's your Porsche Cup team, SRT 209, crossing the line here for P7, I believe that is. Crossing line there. That's done for them. 3.1 seconds, 2.6. Is this anything to talk about? Don't think so. I think their race is done and dusted. Or is it a battle to fight? I'm not too sure. No, he's lifting. Okay, no, that is game for them. Oh, a little bit of a smoke screen there. Next up to the line, P2. for the Ferrari VRC 367 machine. Second place across the line. 2 laps down from the leaders, but that's the last thing they're worrying about. That's for sure. They take second place, the second step on the podium. And here comes P3 for the TCR outfit. 30 seconds behind a GT4 car. And the Renault cruises to the line to take third position across it now. Great success out of that one. Chad saying GG to VRC didn't expect them recovering. Oh, they have pulled off an absolute masterclass here, that's for sure. As we now wait for the last couple of cars to cross over the line. And yes, I do want to say subscribe to the channel and massive shout out to ACF for putting on another historical event. We're going to get to interviews for the top 3 of all the categories, so stick with us. We're not done quite yet. P2 to the line for TCR. The SRT 199, they finish up second place, and victory crossing the line there for the Porsche. Victory for them. The NDL 299 finishes P1 and P8 overall. Their race done and dusted. And I think last but certainly not least, the GT4 category for victory. So they're coming up soon. There's P4, the SLO 288. Coming up next. But yeah, stick with us. We're going to have some interviews coming up. So if you did get into the top 3 for your team, you're free to represent. And we're going to have a little bit of a chat to the very end. The SLO 288 finishing up 4th place in the Porsche Cup class. Next up, P5 XTR in the number 195 as we now wait for all these drivers to fully cross over the line. There you see on the map there. Little ways to go crossing over the line for them. Top 3 for every class supposed to line up in the pit lane for interviews, or is it only the class 1? It's going to be top 3. I'm not too sure, though, where you guys are supposed to line up. Oh, just class winner. So my apologies there. Ignore my comment there. As we still await for the GT4 category. They've been, a little bit of a slide there. For good measure, P42. And the team that honestly deserves the most respect, the 176 SSE, who finishes P42. But I think they get the most respect for finishing this one to the very end, where every team would probably call it quits looking at the position they're in for how long they've been driving. As more drivers come to the line, we still await the GT4 category. The 357 GT3 crosses the line in 9th overall. Let's go find them in the war that they had. And there they go. Crossing the line. Victory for the 410 LMX GT4 BMW. The mind game to the very end for the Supra. To now, victory here in GT4. That is it. So podium drivers, please join the waiting room for interviews. So we can have a little chat. That is this race almost done and dusted. Couple of drivers still left to cross the line. The FFS 304 crossing it now. There's the Alfa Romeo CGF 160. do you need to? You don't necessarily need to do them, I don't think. But if you can get a representative to join in for a little chat, even if it's just one, that's totally fine. But there they are, all celebrating now that it's all over. We're going to start getting interviews very shortly, but we're going to wait for the waiting room to start getting a little full. As we find the podium there, everyone trying to find their parking spot for their classes. Everyone parking up all together. Class winners. Cup GT3. We don't have a GT2 this time around. We do have a Porsche Cup somewhere on track. Don't know where they are. If they did follow protocol, there is one driver, or I should say one team, still cruising it out there. But there's your podium finishers. Another year in the record books. A fun one. A very fun one. Especially for the racing we had at the very end there. That was absolutely sensational. The fight for the win in the GT4 category may have ended a bit sooner than we thought. But it was still a great one nonetheless. Just waiting for the command once we get these interviews underway. Not many people want to give an interview. Yeah, folks, if in the chat, if you are class winners, free to jump in. Let's see if we can find some of the orders here, and we'll have a little bit of a chat. Let's bring them up. They are shy. They might be. I'm just getting confirmation just to know and get everyone. Okay, I think we should be good to go. Giving them a little bit of a breather. All right, let's talk to our overall race winners. Or maybe singular winner here. Let's figure it out now.
Oh.
Dennis.
Hi.
Well, another race complete, another race in the books, and another trophy to add to the cabinet. How full is this
Yes.
cabinet getting with the amount of victories you guys have been having recently?
Yeah, I distinctly remember at the beginning of the year in Daytona saying at the end of this interview with you that, yeah, I hope we'll be back and soon. And we're back. Unfortunately, I couldn't drive in Bathurst, so this was the second endurance event for me this year and the second win with What Racing. So, yeah, it's been good.
Well, now finally on top here at an NBR victory here in 2026. A dominant one as well, finishing this one P1, and I think it was, what, 1 or 2 laps ahead of P2. Take us through that race. Give us a summary. How was the race for you? How was the team feeling throughout this one?
Yeah, I think it was exceptionally straightforward and nice from our side. No big issues. We had 5 drivers, so it was very comfortable overall in terms of stint times for everyone. We had great start drivers that unfortunately had to leave yesterday, so they left us with a great position through the night. I took the car over again in the morning for a beautiful stint through the Eifel and the mountains with the sun rising. Everything was going fantastic, clean, smooth, no disconnects, no technical issues. And then 3 laps into my stint, I hear a bling, and my throttle pedal broke. And so that was fun, but managed to get through it. It somehow the spring that broke wedged itself into the pedals in a way where it was still working, just making horrible noises and grinding. But I managed to complete that stint, wake up our team leader, who had gone to bed at 6:30 in the morning and was very happy to receive my call at 10 a.m. that he should maybe go wake back up and go back into the car. And then from there, just managed to the end, just stuck to our pace, took a few tenths out of it for the lapping, and yeah, finished perfectly. Couldn't have been a better race for us. The one thing we didn't get, and big shout out to the VRC guys for their insane pace. I think the only car all weekend, or in all 2 weeks, that managed to get under 8 minutes. Absolutely insane lap times and pace. We couldn't match that, but I think we had the consistency, and that was enough in the end.
Yeah, for them, a 7:59, an absolute incredible lap time from them. But hey, I'll say it's not an ACF endurance race without somebody's pedals breaking. It seems to be there's always just a pattern of that going on. But
I wish it wasn't always me. It's the second time as well. Last year we won a race where I broke my clutch pedal. The only pedal that hasn't broken is the brake pedal, which is more than ironic because that's the only one that gets any actual force.
fair enough, yeah, but knock on wood, that actually doesn't happen though. That would be a little too scary.
Yeah, I'd rather not have that happen to my foot and eject a spring at 100 kilos into my general direction.
Race victory here. Any shout-outs you'd like to make?
Just the whole ACF team, our team leader Sasha, for the amazing work and all the time he puts in. Andy, Gunnar, for the amazing car and track mods, modifications, configs, all the skins, all the little boards in the pit lane. Marcus as well for all the setup work and all the patience he has with our specific demands for how the car should drive and balancing that with all the data. Just the whole team. Another fantastic event. It's so great that we can do this, come together with well over 200 people and have an event that's this close and this trouble-free. Sven, of course, as well for the live timing that worked brilliantly all race, and to the commentators, you and Mark and Cody. For their amazing job. Wouldn't be nearly as fun as a stream, as an experience for all the family members and all the people there to enjoy it, to know what's going on. Thanks to all you guys.
Can't be done without you guys either, and especially the commitment of everybody putting in all the effort to make this one possible, and even to the drivers who, high and dry with the positions they were at, laps down, still sticking it to the very end. I mean, massive shout out to them as well. But another victory here. I mean, it's just looking like Watt Racing is always that one dominant team to look out for and be afraid of. But you guys put in the effort. You guys make this one possible. And yeah, still looking for the team to really hunt you guys down to be the true test against Watt Racing. But congratulations, victory for you guys.
I'm sure they'll be coming at the end of the year. So let's hope we'll speak again soon after such a race in Le Mans or in one of the other places. Thank you.
For sure. Can't wait. See ya. So, P1 there, your overall winners. Let's go talk to P2 in the GT3 category, the VRC veterans. I'm going to drag them in now. I think that's all of you guys. Hello.
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 P2 for the team VRC veterans. You guys have run a solid effort there. Second place in the Ferrari. Take us through that race. How was that one for you guys?
Who's going? I thought it was a lot of fun. Like especially the first few stints when the pack was really close with the pit stop strategies and stuff. I had a lot of fun also with the multi-class. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult for some of us, especially during the first stints. But later on today we stepped it up, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, second time around seemed charm for us. Everyone except George. He was he was flawless basically the whole time. He cooked. He did most of the work with the setup, like
definitely.
the baseline setup, and then yeah, he obviously had the underlying pace, and yeah, he really did carry us. Yeah. First stint for me, for Rob, for Antonio, our other driver that's not here right now, they were just miserable. And then all three of us, the second time, we drove, it just clicked for some reason. And yeah, the consistency came, the pace came, and yeah, it was pretty good. I have no idea how we lost all that time to Watt Racing car 321. But yeah, it was GG to them. It was just a little bit underwhelming for us, if I'm being frank, just because we didn't really have any wheel-to-wheel racing with other GT3 cars. It was pretty lonely, more like a time trial for us, to be honest.
Yeah.
I will
But
say
other
you
than
did take
it was
that.
very fun.
You did take that time trial very effectively. A 7-minute 59.6. How did you pull that one off? First of all, who did that? Who's the
That was
driver who did that
George.
one?
Oh, Adrian.
Yeah.
That's our
George,
MVP.
How did you pull that one off?
I think I drove the car really fast.
Honestly,
Like,
Big
I
balls.
don't know.
fair enough.
I did do a lot of training before, and I'm like in AC. My main track by far is the Nordschleife. I love driving it. I love driving it with GT3s, and especially like the last week in training, we found a really big switch in the setup, which made it like a lot faster. I think we gained like more than a second. Yeah, and since then it's been really nice to drive. It's been consistent. Before that, it was honestly not nice to drive. But yeah, since then, as I said, it's consistent, and over time, I don't know, it just clicked.
Just working out there. I mean, yeah, a bit of a shame to not find any other drivers and teams to face off against. So I guess the real highlight of getting some fun battles was especially those early laps. So take us through those ones. I mean, the early laps of this race where you just want to get settled down. How was the fighting early on in this one?
I honestly don't remember too much of it because, like, I've been through so much this night. But what I can say was we were quite overwhelmed at the start with the first pit stops because we came into the pits first, besides the Watti racing team, which tried an undercut, I think. Or was it an overcut when you pit later?
Good.
Overcut?
Yeah,
Overcut.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, they did the overcut, but from the guys pitting in lap 5, we were the first, obviously, and no, we were not the first because we had the incident at the start. I completely forgot. Like I'm head over heels right now. I don't know, but yeah, at the start we had the jump start from the IRT Audi, which made me drop to like I think P4. So I had to gain some positions again in the first few laps. That was actually really fun. Like I liked that a lot. But yeah, in the pit, we then suddenly lost like 20 seconds or so until we realized that most people weren't actually changing their tires and just refueling. So yeah, we then tried like after fighting back again, like having lost those 20 seconds, I basically locked in to gain those positions back, which I did. To which I led afterwards, and yeah, to see how it was like, because I fully forgot to do that in training, but to see how it was like, we tried the strategy with like the no tire change and only refueling. Yeah, but I couldn't find my groove with it. I felt it was slower, so I didn't do it, and from that part on, it was already pretty empty. For me, at least, in my first stint.
Well, nonetheless, though, you guys come home P2. It's still a pat on the back for everyone, I feel like. I mean, what are the emotions crossing the line, finishing that one? Was it more of happiness, or was it just, finally, I'm over it, I don't want to touch this car again?
It's definitely
Bit
the
of
second
both.
one.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm so
enough.
elated to finish that one. Oh man, even yeah, just the last 30 minutes, just knowing you don't need to make a mistake. It's easy, in theory, but still like, oh shit, it's still the Nürburgring. You still got traffic, and yeah, I'm done with the circuit, man. I'm retiring from the circuit.
Who isn't?
Yeah, we're still very happy with P2 on our debut race. To be fair,
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. Not many people can say they debut and they're P2, let alone in the GT3 class. There's a lot of quick teams out there. But guys, any shout outs you'd like to make before we let you guys go to sleep and relax after this one?
Shout out to our fourth driver, Antonio.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. Shout out to everybody else as well, everyone that participated and everything. This was a fun event. We I don't know about Rob, but me, George, and Antonio definitely love and adore the Nordschleife. But yeah, even for me, that where the Nordschleife is my number one most played circuit on Assetto Corsa, I'm done playing this, driving this track for the next month at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Go take your relax. Go enjoy yourselves, and don't worry. Don't even touch the sim for about a week. Just go enjoy life.
What's burning off?
Take
Absolutely.
it easy, guys. Enjoy that one. P2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
So there you go. That is P2 there at an absolute fun class there. And for a team that's debuted here for the first time, it's an absolute incredible one. But we're going to switch gears now, and we're going to see, do we have the next team in line for the next part of the podium? We'll find them in just a moment. And the P3 outfit, that is going to the 387 Silver Racing team. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we have them, so I'll speak for them, and I'll just say, we had a great race. We finished third. We are happy. Great. What an interview. I'm kidding. Congratulations to them, though. Silver Racing team, not able to talk with us, but I hope they can enjoy finishing up on the last spot on the podium. The number 299 victors at the Porsche Cup class, Team Noodle. And if I do call it your team, feel free to jump back in the waiting room channel if you haven't already. Unfortunately, though, I don't think we'll be able to talk to the Noodles, the Team Noodle team. 299 going once, going twice, sold, none. The number 296 Tradition Sim Sport. Now that one I think I'm able to talk to. If Luke Schultz on the line, let's go talk to him. P2. Luke, do we have you?
Hello.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you out mid-conversation there.
all good.
P2, Porsche Cup. Take us through that one.
So, like, the whole race was pretty good. It was the first race that also felt pretty good for us. We didn't had any mechanical problems, just a little touch with the barrier here and there. It was like 3 or 4 in total, so nothing of a big deal. And most of the race, till like a bit more than half of the race, we were mostly P1. But then, like, after 5 p.m. of our local time, the Team Noodles, which got P1, were faster than us, and they overtook us, and then also created a good gap to us. Like, I don't know what, how much it was, 3 minutes or more, which is a pretty good job from of them. So yeah, P2, solid result.
How's the team feeling now coming over the line? Is it just happy that this race is finally over with? Are we happy with P2 as a result in itself?
Yeah, happy, yeah. Also happy that you are P2 at the podium, but also, you know, you could have gotten P1 because we're over half of the race P1. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there. What do you think was the real turning point in this race for you guys?
Just our pace compared to the pace of the Noodles. The Noodles just flew over the track in the last third of the race, and we couldn't done anything against it. They were just faster.
Nonetheless, though, I still hope the team is very proud of a P2 result out here. I mean, very solid nonetheless of what they've been able to pull off and what you guys have been able to pull off. But Luke, any shout-outs you'd like to make from this
My whole team. I already did it once in the race commentary. I want to shout out my whole team. They all did a great job driving here. Yeah.
Solid result, man. Well, I'll let you enjoy yourself.
Oh, and also shout out to Sasha and all the ACF crew for
100%
doing this race, for creating this race. It's
always the
fun.
effort they put into it. It's a lot of work, so yeah, it's greatly appreciated for sure. Nonetheless, though, I'll let you go back to your conversation there. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, a fun one, and hopefully with the next upcoming races, you guys can bring it back and Tradition can be back on top.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully. Take it easy, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was the Cup P2 squad. Do we have P3, the 208? We unfortunately do not. We go through to the GT4 category, and we do have somebody to talk to. Yes, we do. So let's go talk to him. P1, 410 for the Limit X Racing. That's going to Yan. Yan, do we have a copy? Hello, hello. See, your mic is muted. Oh, lost him for a moment. Okay, maybe he might not be ready yet. I think we'll drag him in for a moment. Oh, maybe he might be back. I'm not too sure. Just on mute for a second. We'll give it a couple seconds. Let's just read chat here for the moment. Anybody left to ask anything? On behalf of two Euro Racers teams, I wish to extend a huge thank you to Sasha and the whole team for making our 24-hour debut a smooth and memorable experience. We look forward to the next one. What livery do you guys think was the best? For me personally, that Nissan was beautiful. The Nissan GT4 finishing up in third. Love the colors on that. Pink Mustang, but I'm biased. Fair enough. A pink Mustang was pretty nice, but yeah, bias aside. Congratulations to the winners and to each driver who participated. Each one of you is a legend in my eyes. Thank you. 466 says thank you to the GT4 class for a great race. And thanks to all the teams. Let's try Ian one more time. Just getting a lot of muting and unmuting in the voice channel, so I'm not too positive if he is going to be with us. Ah, we're getting word that we can pull him back in. Hello, Ian. Do we have a copy? Hello, hello. Did you see your mic is muted? I don't know if you have to step away. You can always come back. Yeah, no, doesn't look like it. I do see your DM though, that you just sent me. We'll move on. We'll come back for a moment. We'll talk to our team who finishes up in second place. That would actually go to the Watt Racing team for GT4. Let's go talk to them. Michael, do you have a word on you?
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Nice to see you again. Or hear you again, I guess.
Likewise. Finishing up in P2. A little bit of heartbreak knowing that you had to pit to the very end. But it was still a fun one, to say the least. Take us through that race.
A lot happened. The race start was a bit scuffed for me. I did the start, and I don't like to point fingers, so I will just say I had a bad reaction time at the start, so I lost out a bit. But on a 24-hour race, compared to that, we didn't really lose any time. And from that on, the race was quite good for us. We did have a disconnect, and we lost a bit of time. But it was still all like everything was going well still. So we continued on into the night, where the night stint began for Marco Convertini and Tobias Prochaska, and they actually had a game crash. I think 5 minutes into the lap, so they lost quite a lot. So they also had to do another long stop. So in the morning, when Kilian and I returned to the morning stint, we had quite a lot of triple stints to do, which were very exhausting, but still fun. We had also some pure problems. Sun blinding was a bit much for some of us, but overall it was quite an amazing race. Especially though it was a bit sad to that I had to do the splash and dash at the very end. My last stint overall was probably one of my best performances in sim racing ever, based on my lap times and how I dealt with traffic. It felt absolutely amazing. So I'm not really stumped about only getting P2. We're still like 30 seconds behind LMX, so I'm actually quite happy.
One of the big highlights there at the very end, we were heartbroken to see you pit, but yeah, round the outside on some of those TCRs and just hustling through the traffic, it was absolutely incredible to watch there. I do want to get... yeah, go ahead, yeah.
I'm happy to that I could give all the viewers on stream a good show.
Oh, 100%. Everybody was loving it in chat. We were all enjoying it. But one bit of controversy that we got to talk about. Take us through that feeling. BMW in front of you, not playing too nice. How was that one for you?
It was not. I didn't really expect it per se, but it was also not unexpected. So I kind of figured they wouldn't make it like super easy to let me by. And for me also, it was kind of annoying, but at that point I already knew that I will have to dash into the pits. The only last hope was that the 410 miscalculated their fuel. So that's based on that, I was still pushing quite hard. But I'm not emotionally, I'm not easily swayed. So I don't really care about them not letting me by. It only if you get emotionally swayed by losing a few seconds, that easily you will lose out pace later on. So I don't really care.
Solid example to a lot of people who's probably watching this chat. I mean, like, being calm is just the most important thing, and especially at a circuit like this, you need to be calm. You get your emotions up for one little bit, you go off track once, that's trouble.
Yeah, I was stressing enough just pushing, so just worrying about it anymore is just counterproductive.
Fair enough. Any shout-outs you'd like to make before we end this one?
Well, I would like to make a shout out to Sasha for making first of all organizing this event, and secondly making the beautiful VAT racing or like GR livery. I really love how it looks, and also combined with our GT3 cars, also in the Toyota. So thanks for the amazing visuals.
An absolute incredible race, and I did love the paint schemes, especially for both of the Watt racing cars. They match beautifully. But congratulations, solid effort for the team, and hopefully there's a lot more to come, and maybe that a race win really getting closer than that point there, because after that one, I mean, we're expecting it. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it is.
Take it easy, man. I'll see you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
So that is GT4's P2 Watt Racing. An absolute incredible showcase there of racing. I do see Jan there still muted in the chat, but we'll move down to Hyperdrive. This is the team that finishes P3 at number 466, and we're going to have William on mic. William, do you have a copy?
Hello.
Hello, P3
Hello.
here. Solid effort. How was that race for you guys?
It was eventful. I think we did what we set out to do and just stay clean, because we know we didn't have the ultimate pace of the super quick guys that were doing like 45s and sub 50s every lap. But I think we just kept our nose clean, didn't have any massive moments, stayed at a decent pace, and nailed the strategy.
Coming to this race here, take us through the emotions. Well, what were the original thoughts of going into this race, and what was the original goal, and what was the reaction with the team of where you guys eventually landed up?
It was we didn't do a lot of prep for this race. We had a couple of sessions where me and another one of our teammates made a setup for the car, and that's about it. We hadn't done any. We saw the fuel consumption and said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do about this many laps," and that was about the extent of our prep. So it was kind of blind going into this race. We did some experimentation. We tried a stint with double stinting the tires to see if it would be worth it, which it wasn't. We lost like 50 or like 30 seconds on that stint just from bad tires. But yeah, a lot of experimentation. Everyone was super happy at the end of it. It was a great joy. It was 4 out of 5 of us in our team. It was our first 24-hour race ever. So to come away with a P3 in class is a great result.
Definitely. One of the interesting dynamics of being in a GT4 with Porsche Cup, GT3, TCR around you, you are the fast car and the slow car at the same time. Take us through the blue flag process of the lapping and unlapping through that one for you personally.
Yeah, it was I think it was honestly pretty fine. The TCRs were fairly respectful. It was a bit weird because a lot of the Porsche Cups that passed us, they were actually about on pace in corners, but quicker on the straights. So we had a couple of sketchy moments when they passed, and we thought they would, be faster through the corner, only to, run a bit wide because they didn't fly away from us. But I think honestly, at least I didn't have any issues with lapping. I think most people kept it respectful and nice. The only people that we got stuck behind really were other GT4s that didn't want to, just let us pass, which is fair because we're in the same class, we're racing for position. So even though we're on different strategies, but yeah.
Hey, one last thing though. Who designed that livery? That thing is that is awesome.
That was our dear friend Stefan, who sadly couldn't join us for the race today. He's really good at the ring, so it would have been great to have him with us. But we have so Hyperdrive, our team. We have pink and blue. That's the colors we've ran in the past in liveries. And then we also ran the full Spezi livery for the 12-hour Le Mans Classic last year. And for the last Bathurst race, we combined those two and did the blue and pink Hyperdrive livery with the Spezi waves and sponsors on them. And for this livery, we just did an interpretation of the GTR livery from last race onto the Nissan Z. And I think it turned out really well. Stefan did an amazing job on it. It's beautiful, I really like how many people are showing their admiration for the livery. It's great to see.
It's awesome. You guys always pull out some of the best looking liveries for these races.
Well, thank you. I'm sure Stefan really appreciates it.
Nice segue into any shout outs you guys like to make for your team.
Yeah, we had a couple of friends that helped us during the race, sat there and helped spot and stuff. So thank you to all of them, all of the people who joined us in the VC during the race, and of course all of my teammates who drove super well. We had a couple of small issues, but nothing major. We kept out of trouble, and we got P3 because of it. So good job, everyone.
An absolute stellar result from you guys there. Congratulations. Enjoy that one and enjoy a little bit of a break. You probably don't want to drive this car or track ever again for a long time.
Yeah, we're all pretty tired. Thank you.
Fair enough. Go relax there. Congratulations, P3 for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
So that is P3 there on the books. An absolute fantastic result. Let's try one more time for the number 410 Limit X Racing BMW. Yan in the chat. We'll try one more time. Yan, do we have a copy? P1 for you guys. Hello, hello. Oh. Did hear you for the moment. If you do need a moment, you could message me as well.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Welcome. P1 in that race.
Oh, wait a second.
Fantastic result.
Oh, ich höre nix.
Message me as well.
Ja. Ja, mach damit. Red einfach nur hier.
Oh.
Das ist verzögert. Ich, der ist weg hier. Ich höre nichts. Siehst du? Ja, mach damit. Red einfach nur hier. Ja, siehst du, das ist doch total verzögert. Natürlich ist das verzögert, das ist immer verzögert. Ist weg hier. Wir brauchen Feierabend.
It's a bit of a moment here, right?
Mach der mal was.
All right. Think we're getting word from the boss that that interview might be a little bit difficult potentially. We'll see maybe if there's a chance. Nonetheless, though, let's go talk to our lone team in TCR. Last but not least, our winners, the slow racing number 181. Hello, hello.
Hello.
P1 in the TCR class, and you guys were the dominant ones of the field.
Yeah, of course.
Finishing that one, I think that was 2 laps ahead. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Take us through that one. How was that race for you guys?
We had a pretty awful start to the race. We lost, I think,
2 minutes.
Yes. And then we slowly climbed back.
We were really fast at the night. In the morning we had some technical issues, and then it was good to the end.
Being part of this TCR class, you're definitely lapping a lot slower than everyone else. So did this race for you guys feel a bit more like an eternity? How was that one, especially comparing to everyone you were racing up against, especially early on in this race?
I don't know. Nate.
You can tell me, yeah.
I think it was good. There were some really slow cars, even in bigger or
in
faster
GT4
classes. Yeah, some of GT4s were terrible to race with.
They were almost on the same pace as TCR class.
But otherwise,
really
GT3 and Cup cars, they were really easy to race with.
Very interesting to note that, because I know the GT4s are semi-ish on pace, especially through the corners and when you're in traffic. But interesting to note that like you guys were struggling to overtake some GT4s because you guys were just clearly faster. I mean, take us through like really quickly the setup of the car compared to how you were driving it here. How did it really feel, especially when you were in the groove of this car?
Nate.
Whoever wants to answer, up to you guys.
Can you repeat the question?
How did the car feel overall on the circuit, especially with the amount of setup work you guys have been doing?
It was great. Our teammate Alan did a really good job with the setup. It was for me it was perfect.
Yep.
It was stable car, predictable, fast. So great job, Alan.
Yep, great job. And thank you all for all teammates, Alan, Nivek, Nate, so we can do this great job and take a win.
Yeah, and a dominant one to say the least. And I hope this is way more to come with victory for you guys here, because there was an absolute great performance here and just easily class of the field, and maybe lonely at times, but hey, maybe lonely is not too much of a bad thing when you're winning, right?
Yeah, next year we will go with GT4 cars to overall win, and that's it.
So it's just gonna keep working up each year until you get to GT3.
Yeah, we win every class and step by step to the higher class.
I
Now we win
definitely cannot
TCR,
wait.
then we try to win GT4, maybe Cup Car, and maybe overall. In 10
I
years,
think you might.
maybe.
You
We'll
might
win
definitely be the first team
overall
to do it.
with GT4 cars.
We are a unique team.
I can't wait for it. Any last shout outs you'd like to make?
Abo reklamile.
Yeah. Can we say something in Slovenian?
Go 100%. Take it away.
3,
Okay.
4, Gremo
Gremo
fukat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. That's your P1 in TCR, the 181 SLO Racing number 1. A shout out to P2 in the TCR class, the 199 Simline Rivals Racing, and P3, the 108 Buhos Racing. What an event here. I'll say my last remarks before we end off this broadcast here. An absolutely incredible one. Would have loved to be here a bit longer for more of the commentary. Apologies again for the technical difficulties. We were supposed to start streaming, not streaming, commentary a bit earlier on, but there were some technical issues that we just had to get over with, and unfortunately it did stop us a bit, but nonetheless, though, we were able to sort it out. That's what matters the most. Reading in chat there, congratulations to the winner of each class. I think I just read that as well. Next race, Classic Le Mans 2005, July 18th. I did have a word with Sasha there, so I do know about the mid-2000s Le Mans cars that were being worked on. I'm very excited for that one. If I can or I can't make it, I'm not too sure about July 18th. I haven't even looked at my schedule yet, but would be awesome to see some drivers out there. And this, yeah, the classic 24 hours of Le Mans, V8s, V10s, V12s, Legends. That's your next event coming up very soon. So it does sound like there may be a break for June to relax. And honestly, well deserved for all these drivers. The amount of effort putting it together for this event, can't credit ACF, the staff member, Sasha, and everyone who put their part into making this event possible. So shout out to all of them. An incredible one. Shout out to the commentators as well that we heard earlier on into this race. We had Mark, we had Cody in it here as well. An absolute incredible one here. And if there's any other commentators I did miss out on, shout out to them. A great showcase of racing here. And yep. Thank you everyone for all the support. To all the friends and family, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Lots of great races every year. And if you did learn a thing or two, or you were excited about this type of racing, get subscribed. There's these events that go down every month or so. You want to get a part of it, join in on the Discord. It was such a fun race to check out. But thank you everyone for tuning out to this one. And one last look at the track. There you see it in all its glory. A great showcase, 24 hours of racing, done in the books for another fantastic year. My name is Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. You can catch me on CMRC every Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's where you'll find my voice every week. I'll hope to be able to commentate for ACF very soon in the future. But a massive shout out to everyone who's made this one possible, and every driver who finishes this one to the end. Thank you, everyone. Shout out to commentators, admins, drivers, and we hope to see all you guys tuning in for the next one. Next race coming up, the 24 Hours Classic Le Mans 2005, July 18th, 2026. That's coming your way very, very soon. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day.